in the past. They say that we can reconcile this. What if I can't? It's in our blood. It's in our blood. Oh, it's in my blood. Why does it feel like we're on the edge, staring down a certain day? Why does it feel like the story ends before it starts? We were here in these faded memories, so we were here in these faded stories, so we were here. And these disappearing words, even when they start losing meaning. It's in our blood. It's in our blood. It's in our blood. It's in my blood. Come we go, just like the days that's light and dark in the morning rays. I guess you know, just like the snow we flow in there, we fade away. A month, a day, a week, a year, just like to say that we were here. We were here in these faded memories, so we were here in these faded stories, so we were here. And these disappearing words, even when they start losing meaning. It's in my blood. It's in our blood. It's in our blood. It's in our Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Grandfather, did we flip the scripture? Grandfather, I think we flipped the script. I'm sure. I was gone So am I dreaming? Or is this just how we're living now? Refuse to wake 'cause I have never been this close. You always think I'm leaving before I've had the chance to stay. Darling, it'll be okay if you look me in the eyes. If you look me in the eyes, I say now, don't be afraid of the fire, babe. I'd never let you burn. And all these bridges we cross, all that water underneath. When the ashes of lost love make it hard to breathe, my love, if we burn, would you burn right next to me? And there's so much revealed when you take the time to know me for who I am. I'm just who I am. Don't be afraid of the fire, babe. I'd never let you burn. And all these bridges we cross, all that water underneath. When the ashes of lost love make it hard to breathe, my love, if we burn, would you burn right next to me? And I was in the dark the day that I met you. Now you expect me just to forget you. Act like the fire never burned. It was my solstice, my refuge. Sitting on the sun, I was so nervous to let you share with me this pain. Reason I don't take a day off. My intentions, they were pure. I'm just a beacon for chaos. That fire ever burn, just let it burn. I said if that fire ever burn, just let it burn. I sang, don't be afraid of the fire, babe. I'd never let you burn. And all these bridges we cross, all that water underneath. When the ashes of lost love make it hard to breathe, my love, if we burn, would you burn right next to me? And is it safe to say you are? Oh babe, you're the flame, the fire, but most of all, you're the spark. So much chaos that I can't get through. So much time, none for me and you. Love the way you can't stay late. Take you home before daylight breaks. And all I know is one day this will all pay off. And all I know is we pay the dues while they watch the clock. the dues while they watch the clock. Love you now like I loved you then. Every day a new friend. Hold you close until time amends the time we have to the time we've spent. And all I know is one day this will all pay off. And all I know is we pay the dues while they watch the clock. We pay the dues while they watch the clock. And la 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 la. 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 And all I know is we pay the dues while they watch the clock. We pay the dues while they watch the clock. We pay the dues while they watch the clock. We pay the dues while they watch the clock. And la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Takes so much to be marveled in this day and age. Every road has been followed, every mistake's been made. But there's a lot to be desired, and I'll find myself inside memories still alive just behind my eyes. Seems the more I go, leaving home, looking for what I need's been buried in my soul. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Not much beats the sound of the pouring rain, and there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless. You leave me breathless. So there's this voice inside, terrified, plagued with pride, resonating, sounding like my own. piece by piece. So suddenly, no subtleties. Your beauty, it can bring me to my knees. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Now much beats the sound of the pouring rain. And there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless. You leave me breathless. I'm always wishing on the times we had. Wishing I could get you back. I'm always wishing on the times we had. Wishing I could get you back. 'Cause I never heard a song sung quite like Elvis. Now much beats the sound of the pouring rain. And there's something in your kiss leaves me so helpless. And I can't help but see you again. And I can never see the sunrise too many times. Fall asleep with you under the northern lights. And there's something in your touch leaves me so helpless. You leave me breathless. You leave me breathless.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't hear you. Good morning, everyone. You're going to have to do better than that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's an awesome morning. How did I get sleep last night? The other night the sleep wasn't too good. And I was telling folks that I was tossing and turning, tossing and turning. Then I had this dream. I was in the washroom, doing my thing, washing my face, that is. And somehow I sensed the door closing in my room. I went to look outside, and I saw the door close. And then I heard the voice of my wife. Oh, that was scary. I was going to call her, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I didn't think she'd appreciate that. I told her later on that morning. So, while Pat's making her way up here, just want to say I went out to the Sacred Fire this morning. If you have a chance, go out there and see Johnny Moore's out there. But he's from his factory, by the way. He's a nice guy and stuff. And if you want to take some time, go out there and go visit the Sacred Fire and do your bit. There's also a place where you can do your bit over at the Health and Wellness room in Roosevelt. Yeah, Roosevelt, President Roosevelt room, and Health and Wellness room. If you need some time, you take a break, feel free to go there. Andrew and Albert will be there to greet you. There's also, of course, the elders room. If you want to take a bit of a break there as well, feel free. You have to be, I'm not going to say what age. You have to be a senior and elder to get there. There's also the diabetic eye screening. It takes only 5 minutes to get that done if you wish, especially if you're diabetic. Just check your eyes out. And also, there's also, of course, the vendors. Go spend some money. Buy some stuff for your gimooch. Your, some of you know what your gimooch is, eh? Your secret friend. And also, let's see, what else is there? Oh, there's a sign up. There's a sign up for tonight's workshops. The sign up is going to close at noon. And if there's a kind of like an over signage, we're going to play spin the bottle. I mean, sorry, spin the wheel. We're going to play spin the wheel, so that those people who are kind of on the waiting list, that's how you're going to get in. So we're going to do that sometime this morning or this afternoon to fill up those workshops. There are fine workshops going on. So let us begin the day and the drum. We're going to start with the drum. Come grab a seat there, Pat. Please stand. Thank you, Little Creek Springers. Our opening prayer, Pat Oakes.
Sego so guego, Ganaguazo, Dana Pat Oakes, Young Gets. Good morning, everybody. And I would rather be woken up with a drum like that than a fire alarm. Thank you very much. Chimigwet, you guys. Beautiful song to get us started off today. I'm from the community of Akwesasne, and I'm very honored to be here as your knowledge keeper for this conference. And I just wanted to say yesterday was a really powerful day. I have to say to those people that were on the panels, those beautiful, strong, emotional, vulnerable people that shared, I honor you. Like to come up here and to talk about the struggles you had and to let your pain, to talk about your pain and suffering until you got into recovery. That's amazing. You are the strongest people I have seen in a long time. And a lot of people in the audience were felt very emotional about it. And usually we have more knowledge keepers here, and we try to come and support people when they're feeling, having feelings of sadness or whatever they're feeling. So I'm just going to ask each one of you to, if you see your neighbor, feeling sad, or you feel they need support, just reach out and ask, is it okay if I put my hand on your shoulder, or are you okay? Offer them Kleenex. Like, let's look after one another. Let's support one another here, because I think that's really important. The stuff that's being shared is it's a very hard emotional thing. And a lot of our families have gone through, alcoholism, abuse of all sorts, drug addiction. And I don't think there's one family walking this earth that isn't somehow touched by something like that. So let's look after one another. I ask you to do that because I'm the only knowledge keeper here right now, and I can't cover the room. So I'm asking you to help and just think about our neighbors and our friends here. So I'm going to open up with a prayer I borrowed from an elder that's passed on now to the spirit world, and she said this at a morning breakfast that I was at, and I asked her if I could use it, and she gave me a copy. Great Spirit, our Creator who gave us life, Mother Earth to honor and protect the 4 seasons, the 4 colors of people who come from 4 directions, give us peace that we may live in harmony. From the south comes beauty and all foods and medicines. This day we ask fulfillment for our dreams for the future. Let not deceit, selfishness, or any ill will toward our brothers and sisters turn us away from the real path. From the west, we ask that our plans be made clear to us. Teach us patience, kindness, fairness, and courage, that we may treat all colors of people with honor and love. May we not forget those who have gone before us, who worked so that all people would receive justice and love. From the north, we ask goodwill and honesty in all our plans, for if we become careless in our truth, we will have trouble in our dealings. From the east, we wake to greet the sun, greatest of all gifts. Our Creator will smile on us if we treat this gift wisely. Mother Earth needs the sun and the rain, for without them we would perish. Great Spirit, bring back the wild animals and make our lakes and rivers pure again, that we might savor the fish once more. Great Spirit, make the Indian corn grow and make the medicine strong. We will then be able to look after our children, the orphans, the lame, and the blind. All these things I ask you, Great Spirit. Bless all those present sitting here today. I ask you this in the name, Great Spirit. Yawa Miigwech, thank you. Everybody have a good day, and again, take care of one another. Yawa.
I had the distinct pleasure of chairing a meeting. I can't recall what kind of a meeting it was, because I do so many of these things. I chaired a meeting with a young lady, and I've seen her grow in the last couple of years in ways that I was very hopeful that she would grow. And I want to again reintroduce my fine co-chair, Syracuse Montour. Give her a hand.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Norm. Before we move on, I just want to thank our drummers and Patricia for opening up this morning and setting those real good intentions for the day and sending out that healing energy. I really appreciate all of you being here, setting that intention. So miigwech.
Can we do a little something?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
of course
let's
we
just
can.
do a little
Of
something
course
here.
we can.
Let's do a little something. One of the things I find that's really cool when you go to forums and conferences and meetings like this is that you get to meet people. And it's called networking. I am a firm believer in gathering knowledge and becoming a learned person. But it comes a point in time when you say that, you know what, I gotta connect and network with folks. And this is a great place for networking. I asked one of my friends who moved back this morning, are you meeting anybody? And she said, one. I said, well, you're gonna meet more people today. So what I want you to do right now is, please all stand if you're able. Please stand. Basigo, stand. Look around the room. Check out the room. And you will see folks that you do not know. I want you to take a few minutes right now, and we will be doing the same thing as well. And we're going to go introduce ourselves to 3 people. Tell them who you are, what you do, move on to the next person. When I say go, go! Norm Wesley from Moose Factory.
I'm Nancy from Oneida.
I know. Okay, enough already, enough already. Enough already. Syracuse, take it away.
Yes, Norm. Oh, all right. I'll give you guys some time to finish up your conversation and then we'll get moving. All right. I think we're ready to move on now. How was that, everybody? Did you guys meet some new people who are awesome? Yeah. I'm so happy that we were able to do that. All right. Now we're going to move on now to our very first presenters of the day. And they're here to talk about understanding opioid use among First Nations in Ontario. So I'm going to call up Sasha Bragg and Alexis Kidd. Come on up. All right, ladies. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool Mulsi, Kwinganawa Lomwa. It's nice to see you all today. My name is Alexis, and I'm a member of Munsee Delaware First Nation, where my mother's side of my family comes from. I'm also a health policy analyst here with the Chiefs of Ontario, working on the mental health and addictions file. I'm a sister, a daughter, a cousin, a friend, a loved one of people who use substances. And that connection is sort of the driving factor in both my personal and professional journey here. I'd like to acknowledge, of course, the opening words from our knowledge keeper, Pat Oakes. Thank you so much. As well, I'd like to acknowledge the drum for the opening song, the medicines in the room, and the sacred fire outside. I'd also like to acknowledge the people in the room here today who know and love people who use substances, or have lost people who use substances to the opioid and toxic drug crisis. While these conversations are not always easy, they are important. And we also do have mental health supports just out the room and to the left, should anyone need to take time to step away and take care of their wellness. And I'll just pass it to Sasha.
Hi everyone, my name is Sasha Bragg. I come from Munsee Delaware Nation, and I'm the Opioid Research Communications and Project Liaison with Chiefs of Ontario. And like Alexa said, I'm a mother of someone who struggles with opioid use. So this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and it's just about trying to make a difference for our people in our communities. Thank you.
So over the next hour, we're going to examine some recent trends in opioid use, related harms, and access to treatment for First Nations across Ontario. We're also going to analyze the increasing presence of toxic substances in the unregulated drug supply and its impacts on health outcomes. And we'll explore in depth a little bit more of some of those health impacts as well. And then we'll provide some examples of safer harm reduction, life promotion, and other therapeutic modalities that may sustain physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being or stability. And so to begin this presentation, Sasha is going to share information on the report developed in partnership with the Ontario Drug Policy Research Network. And this is entitled First Nations in Ontario, opioid use, related harms, and access to treatment among First Nations in Ontario. This is a collaborative research project that provides us with a ton of valuable information that can be used to further inform health strategies, policies, interventions when it comes to addressing opioid use and toxic drug crises among First Nations.
Thank you, Alexis. So here you see, here's our two most current reports, opioid use-related harms and access to treatment among First Nations in Ontario. The first one is from 2013 to 2019, and then our most recent one is 2013 to 2021. We are this close to finalizing the next annual report, so we hope to have that publicly available within the next month. Okay. So the rising use of opioids has become a public health crisis in many First Nations communities. And the lack of high-quality data on factors that contribute to opioid use and related harms among First Nations people creates barriers for effective planning of services and programs. So to address these issues, in June 2013, Chiefs in Assembly passed Resolution 1310. So this resolution mandated that Chiefs of Ontario work with ICES and the NIHB program to develop research that is relevant to the needs of First Nations. It also mandated to conduct research aimed at reducing harms related to opioid use in First Nations communities. So like I said, to address these issues, in 2013, we passed the resolution to begin this work. So that led to 2017, a report was created examining opioid use-related harms among First Nations in Ontario between 2005 and 2015. So then in 2018, Chiefs and Assembly passed another resolution, Resolution 2018, which mandated the continuance of this work to further the understanding of the health crisis and create the knowledge required to inform effective and culturally appropriate programs and services. In 2019, the collaboration between Chiefs of Ontario and the Ontario Drug Policy Research Network led to a submission for a CIHR grant funding by the priorities set by a steering committee that we have in place. And then in 2021, we released 2 reports, Opioid Use-Related Harms and Treatment Among First Nations in Ontario from 2013 to 2019, and then the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on opioid-related poisonings among First Nations in Ontario. And then in the fall of 2023, we released our first annual report titled Opioid Use-Related Harms and Access to Treatment Among First Nations in Ontario, and this was one from 2013 to 2021. And like I said, we plan to provide annual updates to this report to ensure that First Nations people and communities have the information that they need. And then going forward, we plan to continue this work by planning an annual report, but we're also in the process of launching a couple new projects. And one of them is the clinical indications of opioid use among First Nations, and the other one is opioid agonist therapy use among pregnant women. So we're really excited. We should be launching that in the near future. Okay, and so some of the things we're looking at, the objectives in this project, are patterns and trends in opioid prescribing and related harms. So we're looking at the trends and characteristics of opioid use and related harms, and we're going to conduct ongoing monitoring of trends of prescription opioid use, treatment for opioid use disorder, and opioid-related harms. And then for treatment outcomes, we want to understand the clinical indications for prescription opioid use, as well as the factors and circumstances associated with fatal opioid overdoses. And then finally, for the pathways of healthcare, we plan to compare retention in treatment and health outcomes among First Nations people with an opioid use disorder, starting opioid agonist therapy. So we're working on describing the factors associated with opioid-related deaths, as well as describing the clinical indications such as dentist, surgery, or injury that led to prescription opioid initiation. Okay, so today we want to present some of the work from our last report, describing some of the patterns in prescribing of opioids, related harms, and access to treatment among First Nations. So before I continue, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that we are sharing here our numbers and no way reflect the grief and loss that the opioid crisis has had on First Nations people and communities. They also do not reflect the resilience of communities and their efforts to address this crisis. So this report can be found online, and it is an attempt to show how things have been changing over time. As mentioned earlier, we will be releasing an update to this report with revised numbers up to 2022 and 2023. So some of the indicators that we look at are prescribing of opioids to manage pain. So we know there is a history of overprescribing, which in many cases led people inadvertently developing a substance use disorder. So the first output that we have is the trend of people who are prescribed opioids to manage pain over time. So the blue solid line at the top represents First Nations people and the total percentage of First Nations people who are prescribed opioids for pain over time. So with the gray bar representing non-First Nations people. So the main takeaway from this figure is that we have been seeing that prescribing of opioids to manage pain has been reducing over time, really starting around 2016, when there were new guidelines that were released nationally to try and promote more appropriate prescribing. So in around that time, we did see that not only new use, which is the dashed line on this figure, but also overall use of opioids to manage pain has been declining for both populations studied. So although the rate of prescribing does continue to be higher for First Nations people. So in this one, we are looking at prescribing of opioid agonist therapy. So these are medications like methadone, Suboxone, or Sublocade, and Alexis will go into more detail on those later in the presentation. And Sublocade is a newer formulation that became available more recently and that's being used to treat opioid use disorders. So we are seeing dramatic differences in the prescribing of these medications among First Nations people in Ontario. So we've seen a real growth since 2013, such that almost 5% of First Nations people by the end of 2021 were being prescribed an opioid agonist therapy to treat an addiction to opioids. So that is much higher than we see among non-First Nations people. So the one thing that I do want to point out is that there are probably two factors that underlie this increase. One of which is a higher rate of addiction or opioid use disorder among First Nations people, which we know has been tied to the long-standing intergenerational trauma and residential schools and colonization. So the number of First Nations people accessing opioid agonist therapy increased between 2013 and 2021, with Suboxone becoming the most common type of opioid agonist therapy prescribed for First Nations people living within communities in 2021. So we expect there's going to be a higher need for these treatments when there is a higher percentage of people who are struggling with addiction. But I think this rise also reflects the massive efforts that have happened in communities to try and increase access to treatments and services for First Nations people. So it reflects a need. But I also think the rise is also indicating some success of the programs and efforts that are being made to connect people to treatment and within communities and outside of communities. We've also seen important changes in the types of treatment that people are using. Okay. So the two main first-line treatments that are available are methadone and Suboxone. So methadone is the solid line here, and Suboxone is the dashed line. And what we can see is that sometime around early 2018, there was a real reversal with this acceleration in prescribing of Suboxone against some decline in methadone prescribing. So there's been a lot of effort in increasing access to Suboxone across the province and in more rural, remote communities because it doesn't require as frequent visits to pharmacies. So I think this shows a collaborated effort to increase treatment that is more accessible to First Nations people who might not have the same kind of access to pharmacies as non-First Nations people. So, and here we're looking at the rates of opioid-related harms. And as mentioned, these have worsened over time across the province among everybody, but disproportionately among First Nations people. So we looked at First Nations people who are living within and outside of community and found that these rates are increasing faster among First Nations people who are living outside of communities. So I just want to point out a couple things. First is that we started to see that this line tips toward upwards around 2016, which is the time we know that fentanyl entered the illicit drug supply across the province, and that it accelerated again around 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic came and the drug supply became even more unpredictable and potent. So we've really seen that as the illicit drug supply is changing, that it is really impacting the harms. And we're seeing those harms being about 9 times higher for First Nations people compared to non-First Nations people. So between 2013 and 2021, hospital visits for opioid-related poisonings have increased. In 2021, the rate of hospital visits for opioid-related poisoning among First Nations was 82.5 per 10,000, or 1,377 people, and was highest among First Nations living outside of their community. And finally, we look at the rate of opioid-related deaths. So these are deaths investigated by the coroner where an opioid contributed to death. And again, this is a really hard figure to look at because these numbers are increasing and they're increasing rather quickly. And again, they were initially influenced by fentanyl entering the illicit drug supply in 2016, and then again when the pandemic came. We've seen these numbers just take off and the amount of loss that people are experiencing from these changes. So I think this is really important when thinking about how we can help prevent some of these harms. One of the things we really saw in the last few years of this report was the growth of fentanyl and opioid-related deaths. In 2016, we begin to see an increase in opioid-related deaths among First Nations people with dramatic increases beginning in 2019. In 2021, the number of opioid-related deaths was 190 among First Nations. So the unregulated drug supply has become more toxic over the study period because of the addition of fentanyl and other substances. Okay. So in this project, we work with a steering committee, which consists of an elder, First Nations representatives from the political territorial organizations, independent First Nations, 6 nations of the Grand River, and the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council. So we work in collaboration with the steering committee to ensure that the indicators included in the report are relevant and are addressing the needs of First Nations people. So we have a research agreement in place that has formalized the partnership between Chiefs of Ontario and the Ontario Drug Policy Research Network. We ensure that all researchers on the project are OCAP certified. The Chiefs of Ontario Data Governance Committee ensures that the grant meets the requirements of OCAP compliance. And we make sure to have ongoing communication with the steering committee through at least biannual teleconferences and annual in-person meetings. Okay, so we know that numbers only tell a small part of the story. So to address this, we have created a Circle of Lived Experience Advisory Committee to ensure that their voices are incorporated and included in all of the research we do. We know that not for us without us, so we really take that to heart and make sure that's incorporated in everything that we do. So I'm the research coordinator that leads knowledge translation initiatives, including planning, sharing findings with a panel of individuals with lived experience and community members to ensure research is contextualized. So we utilize opportunities to present the research findings to communities through workshops and presentations and conferences such as this. And then following the approval of the steering committee, Health Coordination Unit, and Data Governance Committee, findings will be released publicly and shared with First Nations leadership, policymakers, and other knowledge users. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Alexis.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for that that important information. Some of the key findings, just to summarize that we've learned from the COO and ODPRN research, is that rates of opioid-related deaths among First Nations in Ontario are much higher, approximately 7 times higher than anybody else. We also learned that fentanyl was involved in 90% of these opioid-related deaths, meaning that fentanyl and or fentanyl derivatives or other substances are the major contributor to opioid poisonings, and then this is further complicated by the widespread presence and combination of these contaminants and other classes of drugs entirely. So this information helps us to better understand the scope of the problem, as well as some of the underlying factors that help us to understand what's contributing to opioid overdoses and toxic drug poisonings. And another key point from this report is that all of the reported opioid-related deaths in Ontario, 63% of them involved one or more benzodiazepine. And this is important to know because the interaction between these two substances are very dangerous and they significantly increase the risk of severe respiratory depression and fatal overdose or poisoning. So polysubstance use, especially if it's unknown by the user, increases all risks associated with substance use and have made otherwise effective strategies and programs difficult to deliver and develop as it's uncertain what people are consuming. And these are some of the realities that First Nations across Ontario are facing right now. It's alarming, this information is upsetting and frustrating, but it confirms to be true what we already know, in that we are all in a state of emergency due to this opioid and toxic drug crisis. And so in response to these escalating challenges, many communities across the province have begun declaring states of emergencies due to the unprecedented overdoses and poisonings. Mental health crises, insufficient access to policing and security and safety resources. And these are some examples of communities across Ontario just in this last year alone who have had to go to that point of declaring a state of emergency, as well as putting out their own various drug alerts to try and inform people on what various toxic substances are being found in the illicit drug supply. And this is not all of the states of emergency that have been declared. This was just a quick Google search that could find many, and I think, there are more here on this screen that we must acknowledge. But despite these declarations, many communities still remain unfunded with no guarantee of government intervention. So clearly we need some accountability here. However, by sharing this information, this knowledge, and these resources through avenues such as this forum or through other coordinated efforts and community-led solutions, we can reduce fatalities and we can prevent further loss of life. There is currently an urgent need for access to opioid treatments, stabilization, and harm reduction services to help people heal. And ultimately, reducing rates of preventable deaths to opioids and toxic substances, it's an immediate call to action, one that requires a shift from punishment to healing, from stigma to support, and from colonial policy to culturally led community-based supports. And one thing I really want to reiterate here is that understanding that these deaths are preventable is crucial. This shifts the focus from viewing these deaths as inevitable to recognizing that there's causes of substance use that are complex, but that can be addressed with the right interventions, ones that focus on saving lives through immediate targeted action, and ones that directly reduce overdose and poisoning risks. So in Ontario specifically, there are several initiatives underway to make more accessible drug testing technologies and services that provide service users with up-to-date, accurate information on the contents of drug samples that they submit. This means that members of the public can submit a substance to test it for contaminants, potency, and the presence of other harmful substances. So here in Toronto, over 10,000 substances have been tested since 2020, where hundreds of unique substances have been detected in the unregulated drug supply. And many of these have been known, many of the substances that have been detected are directly linked to opioid-related poisonings and deaths occurring here in Ontario. So it's extremely important to know this information and know where to access it, because it helps us to have a better idea as to what's in the unregulated drug supply, and then how we can better treat individuals who depend on unregulated drugs to seek safer options and alternatives, and then hopefully eventually treatment and recovery. The Toronto Drug Checking Service provides weekly public reports and graphs where you can actually go in real time and look and see what's being found in samples that are submitted to them. And I believe the reports are as recent as a week or two. So they come in weekly reports, so you get very accurate, up-to-date information. They also do public awareness alerts when toxic substances are detected, and they provide as much information as possible on what they're finding and the effects that they will have. So they test if the drug that's submitted is what they expect it to be, or if there are other high-potency opioids or other drugs contaminating the drug supply. They also have the ability, due to the technology, to identify some of these other substances as well. And so this graph here you're seeing on the screen, it represents on the left, I think, November 2024, and on the right, December 2024. It's different on my screen, so I apologize. So it's pretty recent, and this outlines if the drug or drugs that were found in the samples detected were what they expected to be, or if they were other drugs entirely. So what we see here is that 99 to 100% of samples that were checked in these months expecting to be fentanyl were indeed not just fentanyl, but actually a combination and mixture of other substances such as opioids, fentanyl derivatives, veterinary tranquilizers, nitazene opioids, benzodiazepines, amongst more. And if we recall, this is important to know because 90% of opioid-related deaths in 2021 among First Nations did involve this fentanyl. So it just shows how unpredictable and toxic the illicit drug supply has become. Diving a little bit deeper into the contents of fentanyl samples that are checked through this Toronto Drug Checking Service. On the left here, we have 2023 samples checked, and on the right, 2024 throughout the whole year. So in 2023, we see that the most common substances found were fluorofentanyl, which is a derivative of fentanyl, bromazolam, which is a benzodiazepine, and then we also found xylazine in 2023, which is a veterinary tranquilizer. And so, as I mentioned, these were the three most common substances found in the fentanyl samples checked. On the right here, we see similarities, of course, but now we have the emergence of another veterinary tranquilizer called medetomidine. It's another harmful sedative that's not safe for human consumption. And what's concerning about these substances is that they are completely different classes of drugs, but they're being consumed together, and perhaps without the knowledge of the person even consuming them, or without their ability to control it. We can't confirm where exactly these substances are coming from, when and how they're being added into the supply. We just know that they're there. And while this service I'm talking about specifically is only located in Toronto, we do know that that these illicit substances often come up into communities through these larger urban centers, such as Toronto. So it is likely that drug samples checked here may also be relatively reflective of the composition of certain street drugs across the province as well. And so the reason I wanted to highlight some of this data is because it plays a crucial role in addressing the current toxic drug crisis, as well as ensuring public safety by providing critical information about the current state of the illicit drug supply in Ontario. So if we focus in a little bit more on fentanyl, it's important to know that on its own, it's a very, very powerful synthetic opioid that is only used medically for management of severe or extreme chronic terminal pain. In its pure form, it is 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine. And in medical settings, it can be used safely with controlled doses. But as we know from our own communities and families, fentanyl is the biggest concern, and it's brought the most loss and grief and trauma for those who are using substances, as well as their families and their entire communities. But it's critical to understand the form of fentanyl that is responsible for the vast majority of opioid-related deaths, and these are due to illicit street fentanyl and not opioids prescribed by a doctor, despite higher prescriptions among First Nations. So there's a huge difference between fentanyl that is regulated and controlled, that comes from a doctor, and fentanyl that is made illegally, contaminated, and designed to kill. And that is the biggest difference, is the hidden dangers and risk for poisoning that comes from illicit street fentanyl, and why we've seen such an increase in death. To further complicate things with the illicit drug supply, as I've mentioned, alterations of fentanyl have taken place to develop stronger, longer-lasting versions, which are referred to as fentanyl analogs. I also call them fentanyl derivatives because that just makes more sense in my mind and for simplicity's sake, but the commonly used term is fentanyl analog. And so to name a few that have been found directly in the Toronto drug supply through this checking service are fluorofentanyl, methafentanyl, acetylfentanyl, and carfentanyl, and you can see the variations in strength and potency. These chemicals can cause similar or heightened and prolonged effects on the central nervous system. They increase the risk for prolonged sedation, overdose, and the risk for multi-substance dependence or polysubstance use, which, as I mentioned earlier, increases all risks associated with substance use. It can make treatments potentially less effective, weakens the response to naloxone, and it can lead to really severe and dangerous withdrawal symptoms when trying to stop use, which now makes the detoxification and withdrawal process extremely difficult as well. Part of this increased complexity, as I've mentioned, is due to the increasing presence of benzodiazepines and the ways that they interact with opioids, causing extreme sedative effects, depression of the central nervous system, and when taking these together, the risk for fatal overdose is really high. So stopping use of both of these together is also dangerous without proper medical support. And what was found in the opioid research presented earlier was, too, that benzodiazepines were involved in 63% of opioid-related deaths in 2021. And we have only since seen an increase in their presence in the illicit opioid supply. We also have the emergence, again, of another unrelated classification of drug in the illicit drug supply here, and that is veterinary tranquilizers that are definitely not safe or authorized for human consumption. Potential reasons that they're being mixed into the drug supply could be as cutting agents, legal loopholes or easier access, extreme potency, or higher profitability. It's not really known for sure why this is, but we just know that they're there and they're very dangerous when they're consumed together. Some of the effects are that they don't respond to naloxone at all. Also, the risk for severe skin ulcerations and wounds, increasing risk of infection, as well as memory loss, lowered heart rate, and then extreme sedation. And then finally, the last I'll talk about is the nitazene opioids, which actually can be more potent than fentanyl and have never been approved for medical use. So while naloxone will still work on nitazene opioids, it may be harder to reverse an overdose, and it may require multiple doses of naloxone, which we know is not always the most accessible for First Nations across the province. And something to note about nitazene opioids too is that when they were first found here in Ontario, it was in Ottawa and detected through Ottawa Public Health. And they were detected in unregulated opioids that were expected to be oxycodone, hydromorphone, hydrocodone, and Percocets. And these that I just mentioned are just known as lower potency opioids compared to fentanyl, and opioids that are used more recreationally or less problematically, for a lack of better words, when compared to fentanyl, of course. So people who may not be in full opioid use disorder, where they're using fentanyl all day, every day, who are using opioids recreationally or less regularly, are at also significant risks of accidental poisonings due to these presence of nitazene opioids. And so I think, as I've mentioned a couple times now, I apologize for sounding like a broken record, but polysubstance use increases all risks associated with substance use. And polysubstance use refers to the use of two or more substances at the same time or in combination, which can lead to unpredictable, dangerous effects given the negative interactions between some classes of these drugs. And so polysubstance use increases risk of overdose, poisoning, for physical dependence to multiple substances simultaneously, which can make treatments less effective, naloxone less effective, and it also makes detoxification and withdrawal more complicated. And so each year we're seeing new unique substances added into the drug supply, many of which are just not safe for human consumption, but it's creating multiple dependencies and a multi-layered addictions that are harder and harder to break the more potent these drugs become. And it's important to know this information and to understand how polysubstance use does increase these risks during the detoxification and withdrawal period, because we now have to shift away from that mentality of quitting cold turkey or just stopping use, because that can actually be potentially lethal if not done in a proper environment without proper medical therapies. If you'll recall, benzo-opioid withdrawal is dangerous. It can cause seizures, delirium tremens, and cardiovascular complications. And I do unfortunately get to say this with confidence, as my big brother nearly lost his life 1.5 years ago after being incarcerated and having to stop using fentanyl immediately and abruptly. His body had become so dependent on these substances that he was consuming, and he couldn't function without them and without intense medical intervention. And so in 1.5 months, it'll actually be 1 year that he's been out of prison and 3 months since returning home from treatment. And so there's always gonna be work to do. I recognize that with his healing journey, but he was able to get through that, and now I think he can get through anything, and so I'll always admire that resilience. And so, thank you. Very proud of him. And so for those who are not aware too, in talking about some of the ways to address toxic drugs and opioids across the province, those who might not be aware of what naloxone is, it's a life-saving medication that can rapidly reverse an opioid overdose or poisoning by essentially blocking other opioids at the receptor sites in the brain. And that's just a sciencey way of saying that naloxone just takes the place of any other opioids that helps to reverse the overdose and the effects by restoring breathing. And so here we see it's a non-addictive opioid antagonist, reverses the effects, and it also, a key point here is that it is safe at several doses, and it is safe at all ages. There are often common misconceptions of who naloxone is for and who should carry it, and to be frank, everybody should. It's first aid. Whenever there is an environment where opioids exist, whether through prescriptions, recreational or daily use, whether through opioid use disorder, people are always gonna be at risk of all ages. This naloxone, this is an immediate response to a potentially fatal situation, so it's imperative to access naloxone. And I do recognize that not all communities have easy access, so just kind of plugging it in here, at COO we are actively and trying to work really hard on ensuring that First Nations across the province can access naloxone, as many kits as they want, whenever they want, because these barriers are just, they have to go. And so while ensuring people don't die from opioid use and poisonings is so crucial, it's also crucial to focus on some of the stabilization efforts to get away from toxic substances that are impacting lives negatively when and if they get to that point of being ready to do so. It takes time and it might not always seem possible, but it's important to remember that when withdrawing from substances, especially these very high potency drugs that are being detected, it's not a comfortable experience for anybody involved. And it's one of the main deterrents for people to stop using drugs is that unmanaged withdrawal symptom and pain. So that's where stabilization and management of withdrawal symptoms may be that first important step in helping somebody want to even find healing. We also know that the combinations of substances making withdrawal more complicated and dangerous, we know this, and that has the potential to cause those severe side effects worse than what we might expect during a textbook detox and withdrawal. So this is where that idea of meeting people where they're at really comes into play, because stabilization and withdrawal symptom management may require therapies such as opioid agonist therapies, safer supply, a combination of these, or land-based healing and detox therapies as well. And it's probably gonna look different for everybody, but we have to remember that people who use drugs definitely do not want to experience withdrawal and will do whatever they must to avoid it. And quite frankly, I don't blame them. So we must also do whatever we can to help them avoid that and get through that terrible period and hopefully on a path to healing. So opioid agonist therapies, as we've discussed, are being used at higher rates, and these are medications that help to manage withdrawal symptoms and reduce the risk for craving opioids, which can decrease the risk, of course, of returning to substance use substantially. So these medications, they work by providing a safe controlled dose of either methadone, Suboxone, or Sublocade, which helps to stabilize an individual and improve their day-to-day functioning without those same harmful effects as unregulated opioids such as heroin or fentanyl, which we know that people cannot always function normally on. So these opioid agonists are long-acting, which means they release slowly in the body for longer periods of time and prevents withdrawal for, we'll say 20 to 36 hours. Again, it's gonna vary for everybody. But it prevents the withdrawal without causing a person to get high if managed and monitored properly. So the three listed here are the most commonly used, and if you'll recall from earlier in the presentation, Suboxone is the opioid agonist therapy that is most prescribed among First Nations here in Ontario. And this may be because it is easier to manage in remote communities, whereby methadone, it may be easier to manage in remote communities, whereby methadone requires daily pharmacy interactions. So methadone, as well, it is a full opioid agonist, and so this means that it fully binds to opioid receptors in your body, and therefore it still can produce a high or euphoria if the dose is too high, which makes it have a higher potential for misuse and overdose, of course. However, as I mentioned, when at a safe and controlled dose and under monitoring of a physician, this may be the first step in getting someone off the unregulated drug supply, and therefore it should still be an option. We have Suboxone, on the other hand, that is actually a combination of two medications. So we have buprenorphine, which is a partial opioid agonist, which only partially activates those same receptors, not producing a euphoria or high, but still alleviates the withdrawal symptoms and cravings. Also, what's in Suboxone is naloxone. So we know this as Narcan, and we know it as an opioid antagonist, blocking opioid receptors and reducing risk of overdose. So as well, because of this added Suboxone component, misuse potential is lower because buprenorphine, while yes, it is still an opioid, it also has what's called a ceiling effect, meaning that there's an actual limit to how much it will activate the receptors. So taking more and more Suboxone to get high becomes virtually pointless because you won't, and it becomes expensive. So it, like I said, it just becomes virtually pointless. I do still wanna, of course, acknowledge that diversion does still happen with Suboxone, and there are ways to draw highs, different ways of using drugs, whether through intravenous. And so it's, of course, important to always mention that, but again, this should still be an option for people who might need it. And then we also have Sublocade. This is a dose of only buprenorphine, but it's through a once-a-month injection where the medication releases slowly in the body throughout the duration of the month. So the individual can go a full 30 days without craving for other opioids, And this is a valuable option for people who do not prefer to take oral daily medication or just don't do well with healthcare interactions or have the accessibility to do so in some of those more remote areas. And so this little diagram here is really just, I'm a visual learner. So it's really just to show that stabilization may be that first small crucial step in supporting individuals on their healing journey, providing that immediate support where they are at, so that they can regain their stability and balance within their lives while reducing illicit substance use. So this is really just to show that once an individual can stabilize and balance out those withdrawal symptoms and opioid cravings, like addressing those immediate health risks and risk factors, then we can start to begin to see a framework for recovery, which may and hopefully lead to treatment. It may involve medication-assisted therapy, which I had just mentioned, or it may involve traditional medicines as well and different ceremonies that can help to rebalance people. Or it may include that mixture of different therapeutic modalities. But the first and most important step is the withdrawal and opioid craving symptoms, and then the other things like addressing those underlying mental health needs, traumas, reconnecting to culture, ceremony, and the land and community. All of these things can occur, leading to a whole entirely different journey of recovery that extends beyond the actualization piece and beyond that first step of stabilization and balance. So it's kind of like after the arrow, that's when we see, healing begin. But there's a lot of groundwork that has to go in before that can happen. And so here in Ontario, there does seem to be more of a push for treatment beds instead of harm reduction, which is important, of course. We need more people in treatment, and we need more treatment beds for people to go into treatment. But this focus solely ignores the actual realities of the toxic drug crisis. And it also ignores the fact that this illicit fentanyl is the leading cause of overdose death, which is not something that is easy or safe to just quit cold turkey. And so the stabilization and balance piece really comes from harm reduction and connecting with people where they're at and to see what they need or what they want, and while most importantly, keeping them alive. And so in thinking of ways to address the opioid crisis, there are many different harm reduction initiatives that really focus on keeping people who use drugs alive and safer from harms that are associated. Whether it's termed as harm reduction, risk reduction, life protection, promotion, or death prevention, these all mean similar things in that they aim to keep individuals alive long enough to access further support, resources, or even treatment for their substance use, which of course is the goal. Harm reduction is not just one approach, but it can be many different ways of connecting to people who use drugs. And so I look at it as like a spectrum or a circle that's continuous of strategies that build back hope and sense of community in those struggling with substance use. And so some of these do rely more on medication-assisted therapies to stabilize individuals, but there are others that rely on, just access to basic needs, such as food, housing, other determinants of health that fall under this realm, as well as traditional healing and community and ceremonies and just gathering together to provide those safe spaces for people who use drugs. And so this is definitely not an exhaustive list. I think we could absolutely come up with 100 more ideas, but just wanted to reiterate that harm reduction does not have to be just one thing, and it does not have to be viewed as enabling or helping people to continue to use drugs. Providing wraparound services where people feel safe and where their immediate needs can be met will just open the doors for more opportunities for healing, and it opens the doors for trust, which is a crucial component in one's healing journey. And so these efforts, yes, they do work to reduce the use of harmful substances, as well as reduce the number of overdoses and deaths, infections, and related diseases and hospitalizations, as well as they seek to increase in community engagement and access to a wide variety of health and social programs for people who may not know they're out there or may not believe that they have anybody to turn to for support. And if you want to know if harm reduction works, just talk to your people who have lived experience with substance use, and they'll tell you how it's been for them. And so as mentioned earlier, uncomfortable withdrawal symptoms and cravings for opioids often deter people from wanting to seek treatment and recovery. But another significant barrier here is stigma. And it's stigma that can lead to that internalized shame, fear of judgment, isolation, and of course, increased tendency for substance use as a result. So when substance use or addiction is viewed through the lens of moral failure, criminality, or shame, it creates these barriers, not even just for the people who use drugs themselves, but for us as helpers and relatives and leadership and frontline workers. The kinds of stigmas we see around substance use cloud our own judgments and understandings of the root causes behind substance use, which can cause us to overlook some of those complex factors that contribute. And so this is a really key aspect of this conversation and the ones moving forward, in that words have weight, and we know that languages shape the way that we think, how we perceive each other, and how we relate to complex issues like substance use. So when we choose language that's compassionate, non-judgmental, rooted in respect, and when we meet people where they're at, we create safer spaces that may help people feel more comfortable to seek support, access treatment, and begin their healing journey. So some of the ways in which we can continue to break down those barriers are education, of course, providing accurate information and making clear connections to correct misconceptions, reduce fears and challenges, and challenge the common stereotypes. When we can better understand the root causes of substance use, such as trauma, mental health, genetics, socioeconomic factors, we can see that substance use is a complex issue rather than a moral failing that requires more compassion and support. And so building off the sharing piece, cultural awareness is another powerful tool in addressing this stigma, because it's important to understand and know the roles of colonization and intergenerational trauma and harms that have persisted. As well, this cultural awareness and knowledge piece, it helps to build trust and confidence, and that traditional healing we've seen through our panelists yesterday, we see that it works and that it's healing. As well, breaking down barriers to stigma also requires us to be compassionate, validating the pain of people, understanding that individuals who use substances are in pain, as well as it allows us to talk in these forums about creating safety and autonomy for people who use substances, and that creates relationship. We can create relationship through these ways of addressing stigma. And then I think, sorry about that. And so these are just some examples of just some of the stigmatizing languages that we may see, and some more person-first ways of saying the same thing. And yeah, just so example, substance use or substance abuse, a person-first language or word to use instead might be substance use. And that's what I try to refer to in my presentations: substance use disorder, persons with substance use disorder, person in recovery, instead of recovering addict, taking away those words that create shame. And so, there are certain narratives also that exist around some of those harm reduction initiatives that actually often contradict the data. And one of that is around supervised consumption sites. So here you'll see on this slide a picture of a supervised consumption site and a picture of a bar. And while of course these two examples are very different, they do serve similar purposes, such that they both seek to provide clean, safe spaces for people to use a substance in a supervised environment with trained staff to reduce harms and risks associated with alcohol poisoning or drug use. So while a bar is more socially acceptable, supervised consumption sites are not. And instead of working towards solutions that benefit all to mitigate the valid issues that people do have with supervised consumption, the government of Ontario has instead committed to removing the supervised consumption sites across the province without anything of equal value to take its place. And so why I use this example is to show that alcohol, despite being more socially acceptable, it's a mind changer, it's a mind-altering substance as well, that was once prohibited because of its harms that it was causing to people and the ways in which it made people behave. During Prohibition times, there was increased incidences of death and alcohol-related harms due to unregulated toxic booze that could be anywhere from 5% upwards to 100. People might have gone blind or died from alcohol poisoning due to the unpredictability. And since that time, rates of alcohol poisoning and induced deaths have dramatically declined. However, I do still want to note that alcohol is another big issue affecting First Nations communities, and harms and deaths do still occur. So it's not really to compare apples to apples here, but it's to say that unregulated, unpredictable, and toxic substances kill people now and in the past as well. And so this is to say that clearly something can be done to ensure that people who use illicit opioids are safer and kept alive. And so to highlight some of the data actually that comes from Health Canada supervised consumption sites, from 2020 to 2024, there were more than 2.6 million visits to a supervised consumption site in Ontario, indicating that this was a service, this is Ontario specific. So there's 1.2 million, in Ontario, indicating that the service was being used by people who use drugs. And in that 4-year period, there were a total of 23,956 non-fatal overdoses. And some of these overdoses did require the use of naloxone, so we can say whether or not the general opinion is that safe consumption enables drug users and causes more harm than good. The data actually tells us a completely different story about how supervised consumption sites have saved thousands of lives, not only in Ontario, but across the country. And these supervised consumption, again, they just meet people where they're at. They create a space for people to come to where they feel supported, they feel safe, and there's trained individuals there to intervene if an overdose or poisoning is to occur. That's really important because we know that our people are using alone. And so while the treatments and tools that I've just mentioned are heavily based on, medication-assisted therapies, which of course can be great for stabilization, the real work actually begins after that individual is stable and thinking clearly, and where the land-based and community-based care efforts can be extremely effective in helping people heal from those underlying traumas, building their bundles back up, and then learning those healthy ways of living and coping that can be used throughout their lives, including the management of those withdrawal symptoms if that's necessary. So looking at some of those more culturally safe, grounded models of care, there's many ways in which land-based healing promotes mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being far beyond this list here. And I'm sure there are people in this room, of course, that can think of more that are being used in their own communities, but I firmly believe and agree that the most important thing is bringing First Nations people back to the land to remind them of that connection. And so these are some of the things that we've actually heard from communities that are occurring, that are helping people. So on the land detox and treatment, incredible, bringing people back to the land to get off of these substances and remind them and immerse them in that learning. I've seen it work personally. Cultural and language camps, of course, hunting, fishing, trapping, seems that's all my brother wants to do after returning from land-based camp. It's all that makes him feel well. Medicine walks, traditional medicine teachings, understanding that while yes, opioid agonist therapies can help those withdrawal symptoms and opioid cravings, there's also traditional medicines as well that serve those same purposes, as well as harvesting traditional foods. Food is medicine, food is healing, and food is how we live. It's our energy. So ensuring that people have access to food, whether it's just basic access or if it is access to this traditional food. Just some of those ways that we can start to help people balance and stabilize. Of course, ceremony. So when care efforts and initiatives are community-based, we know that local knowledge of the community is utilized within those services that are designed, delivered, and then managed by the community themselves. So this makes it safer and more comfortable for a more comfortable experience for people who might be accessing these supports from that community. So community-based care, it improves health outcomes, and it's more sustainable for First Nations when the care is designed to fit their specific needs. So knowledge sharing, just what we're doing here today. I hope I was able to share some important information and resources. Peer-to-peer outreach, we see, so much healing occur when, people with lived experience are here on the stage with us, or they're here in the room with us. Those peers make the connections to people who are still in it, and they're so valuable to our work. Of course, milestone celebrations for people in recovery, they may be baby steps, but they're huge steps, and so celebrating that. Community feasts, just gathering, I think, is so important. Drum and singing groups. I know we heard yesterday from the panelists, we have an artist here, a singer, and, I can just imagine how healing that probably has been in getting to heal that way, as well as community-led emergency shelters and low barrier shelters. One example I like to use, there was a community that simply held a sacred fire, and that turned up people because they needed something during hours that there were no services, and that showed the community that people are homeless, people are on the streets using substances, and they need help and supports. That led to a low barrier emergency shelter. As well as community bathrooms. You know, we know people who live outside they don't always have a place to go and clean themselves or relieve themselves. So community bathrooms, like, these are small things that can be done to just help people know we support them and we love them. And then, of course, we know that aftercare is a lifelong healing journey, and we know that it's still a huge challenge for First Nations across Canada due to the various reasons related to capacity and funding, of course. But despite that, it is still important that we continue to push for more services to help people continue their healing journeys, because we know that when people leave treatment, if they do not have a safe place to go, or if they end up where they were prior to treatment, that risk for substance use recurring is extremely high, as well as a risk for overdose. So aftercare goes beyond counseling and treatment, and it actually relies heavily on social supports and services that can help individuals access employment, education, housing, all while continuing to address mental health challenges and heal from their traumas. So some of these things might be transitional housing, sober living, initiatives that improve social determinants of health, so those basic needs, employment, education, housing, nutrition, as well as support groups, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, or just support groups, whatever that looks like, whatever is going to help somebody, these are really important for one's aftercare journey. Of course, traditional healing and counseling is important as well as medication management if that is necessary. Individualized treatment plans and case management are all important aspects of aftercare. So really understanding the gravity of this issue and what we are up against, it's essential for finding meaningful strategies and opportunities to further prevent harm to First Nations with substance use disorders. So moving forward, the work that we do, it's guided by our own personal lived experience, as well as the lived experiences of others who have so graciously shared their stories in these different settings and capacities. When we hold space for these kinds of lived experiences, we can create more compassionate versions of ourselves, allowing for genuine connection and shared learning. When we listen to people with lived experience, it better informs the kinds of services and supports that will actually service the needs of those they're aiming to serve. The term "nothing about us without us" means that people with lived experience have the right to be and must be involved in all of these discussions and decisions that design and deliver services that directly impact their lives. In the same way that no one can understand what a broken bone feels like unless you've experienced it, can also truly never understand substance use or mental illness unless we've experienced it. We know that healing, it's complex, it's a lifelong process sometimes, and it can and should include many different components such as land-based healing, connecting to culture, First Nations-led harm reduction services and initiatives, housing, employment, reconnecting to family and community in a safe way, amongst so many other things. Oh, one more thing. And so to just kind of end us off, of course, I want to say Anishig for being here and hopefully listening openly and compassionately, but also this quote I've really resonated with lately is that true healing begins not with shame or punishment, but with understanding, love, and a return to family or community. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? I'm not. No? Okay. Sorry for taking too much time.
Thank you so much. Let's show them some more love. Very good job, ladies. So thankful that you can be here and bring awareness to these topics and how we can heal and move forward. So next up on our agenda, we have a smoke break, also known as a wellness break. So I'll give you all your 15 minutes, and then we'll round back up and get started again.
Before we go, I'm going to kind of send you off here. Before we go. Can everybody stand? And we're going to shake loose here. We're going to shake loose. Those of you who are able, please stand. Maestro. I want you to join me. on, live it up, yeah. Come on now.
Whoa. You guys got some
More
groovy
tone, please, more
moves.
tone. Jack it up, jack it up. Jack it up, jack it up.
Your kitchen door. You better not let him in. Little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again.
You guys look so great.
Okay, very good. You know, you can sit down. Grab a seat. There's nothing like going out into the land and just kind of taking in nature. Taking in nature. And my wife and I go out every year in the springtime. We'll be going out there in April to hunt our traditional spring harvest of geese. And in the fall again. One fall, we went out and we had this wonderful, wonderful experience in the middle of the night. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, out in the distance, we could hear, oh, 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 oh. A whole pack of wolves. They moved across from this side where our camp was through the night, and they were traveling on this, oh, 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 and they disappeared into the distance. So I want you to howl with me. Oh, oh, oh. You can do better than that. Get in the zone. Oh,
From your heart, guys.
oh. Now, what we're gonna do? We're gonna have that pack move from this side over to this side, and those people who are within this zone will. Oh. I queued up these people on this side, so I want you guys to start, and the other people will join you. Don't be afraid. Start. Bring them back, bring them back.
Bring it back, bring it back. Yeah. Woo.
Now we're going to have 2 packs. 2 packs. One pack of wolves are going to be over here, and she's going to be the leader of the pack. And the other pack of wolves is going to be on this side. And then when I point to you guys, when you get pointed at, then you start howling, and the 2 packs will meet in the middle. Let's begin. 1, 2, 3. Now we're going to go back to our place again. Right on, right on. That was the wolf run. Now go and run for your coffee, take a nice break.
Good job, guys. That was so funny.
flashing red and blues. I was driving fast as I could, just trying to get through. It was out of my control, the circumstance that day. And if I could just forget the things I'd seen, I think I'd be okay. People's expectations placed on a piece of tin, they have no idea how hard it is to win. 'Cause I'm only human, I bleed. Why are you so quick to judge us? I think that it might be 'cause you haven't seen wish I never saw coming. Hit me in waves just like the sea. I wish I never started running away. But I keep searching till it starts burning. 'Cause when it hurts, at least I know I'm learning. Don't forget me in the fire. Don't you let me lose a flame. So protect me from desire. I get lost in the fear of the flame, of the flame, of the flame. I lost a high I can't explain. I wish I had seen it coming. Give me a heart that I can tame. Wish I wasn't always running away. So I keep searching till it starts burning. 'Cause when it hurts, at least I know I'm learning. Don't forget me in the fire. Don't you let me lose a flame. So protect me from desire. I get lost in the fear of the flame, of the flame, of the flame. Don't give up and don't give in. You gotta lose before you win. So don't give up and don't give in. You gotta lose before you win. Don't forget me in the fire. Don't you let me lose a flame. So protect me from desire. I get lost in the fear of the flame, of the flame, of the flame.
Is Gabrielle in the house? Ah, okay.
All right. All right, all right. Welcome back from your wellness break, everybody. I hope you had a good 15, 20 minutes to yourself. I'm going to be introducing our next presentator, and she will be doing Human Rights Impact Assessment. Can a rights-based approach strengthen impact assessments? So with that, I want to welcome Gabriella onto the stage. Let's show her some love. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriela Factor, and I'm a chief advisor at the Danish Institute for Human Rights. I'm very honored to be here, invited by the environment sector of the Chief of Ontario, and I acknowledge the territory to be present in the shared territories. I'm a stranger in these lands, and I am very grateful for the opportunity of learning from your wisdom, your knowledge, and your lived experience. And I hope that the little experience that I can share with you can be of use. And please, at any point in time, if something is not clear, if you have a question, just raise your hand, and we take it. And then I will take any questions or comment. It's a difficult act to follow after such an engaging and interested presentation just before. I am originally from Argentina. My original language is Spanish, and I am of mixed heritage. My paternal grandparents were immigrants from Ukraine, and my maternal grandmother belonged to the Diaguita people, which inhabited the north of Argentina, and they were the best weavers and the best ceramists of all the south of Latin America. And I am very poor ceramist and weaver, so I choose to be an environmental engineer instead. I was also the president of the International Association for Impact Assessment, IAIA. And last year, we ran a course on human rights impact assessment that Lillian Trapper attended. And she thought that that could be something that the Chief of Ontario could use and could strengthen the work that you're doing. And that's why I am here today. The Danish Institute for Human Rights is the national human rights institution of Denmark. And it was formed according to the Paris Principles. It was established by law, and they have a broad mandate of promoting human rights both in Denmark. We also support the work of the Human Rights Commission of Greenland, and we attend these cases where the Danish government have committed human rights violations against Greenlandic people in their territories and discrimination in Denmark. I work in the international department of the Institute, and we promote human rights more broadly, and we support the work of other human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and affected communities and group of right holders worldwide. The priority areas until now, we're discussing the next, is human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, supporting human rights in Denmark and Greenland, and human rights focus on sustainable development, which is environment and climate change, human rights defenders and indigenous peoples, and data for rights and development. Personally, I work with the Business and Human Rights Department, where we focus on energy transition, finance, and technology. I would like to share with you three of the tools and methodologies that we're working, presented to you, to see whether some of that can be of use, or you would like to follow up in any of these initiatives or shared tools and capacity building. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what is this human rights in impact assessment, which is an approach can be used in the content and the process of impact assessment. It's mostly used to complement environmental impact assessment, but also health and social as well. And we were discussing with the environmental sector chief of Ontario that this is an approach that can strengthen the territorial and cultural rights for First Nations. And I will do my best to connect specifically to health rights, how this can be used. The other tool I would like to present to you is the Indigenous Navigator. This has been around for almost 10 years, and is a tool that generates data by and for Indigenous peoples around the world, and that supports the realization of the rights, and is very useful for advocacy as well. The Indigenous Navigator makes the connections between the Indigenous rights enshrined by UNRIP, UNRIP, with the international law. And that allows to use the accountability mechanisms that international law have to actually have a better leverage and advocacy with regards to Indigenous rights. And finally, I thought that could be interesting to share with you some of the work we do in doing a human right assessment of digital technologies when they're used for health. Digital technologies have a dual relationship. They can help the enjoyment of health rights, but also there is a risk of negative impacts on technologies when this data is not properly protected or used. It's a lot of personal information, so a lot of care needs to be done if the technologies are used on health. So I'm going to just share some of the things that we are doing and see, so we can discuss whether that can be useful for you. So let's run on the first topic. What is human right impact assessment? The human right impact assessment is a context-specific process that helps you to identify, understand, and assess and address the impact of mostly business operations on the well-being and the life of what we call right holders. The impact assessment use the term stakeholders, but actually in human rights we use right holders, holders of rights. Because when you start to look at people as people that actually have rights, as human beings, as Indigenous peoples, then suddenly the discussion is taken to another level and can be more powerful and more effective. And that includes both the workers and the communities affected. It is the assessment, it is a process, and it requires iterative adjustments. It can be seen as a linear process, but it never is. You go back and forward, adjustment and collecting the data that you will need. Human rights assessment work on human rights, through human rights, and for human rights. I'm sure that everybody in this room knows more than human rights than me. I am an environmental engineer working with a bunch of lawyers, so I always have my backup. But just in order to recap, so we have some example of human rights. We have the civil and political rights, like right to life, liberty, and securities of the person, freedom for torture or cruel or unhuman treatment, free from discrimination, the right to property, to own property, the right to privacy, etc. Then you have another group of rights, which are the economic, social, and cultural rights, like right to an adequate standard of living, right to access to health, to social security, to family life, education. Then we have specific standards of rights that apply to specific group of people, like children, women, and Indigenous peoples. And then we have the whole set of labor standards. This is only a simplification, but when we talk about the Indigenous rights, the big domains are self-determination, education, fundamental rights and freedoms, cultural integrity, health, land and territories, traditional employment and occupations, etc. So this sounds very boring, but actually it's connected to why this is important later. And in order to do human rights impact assessment, it can be by itself or integrated to any other impact assessment, like, for example, environmental impact assessment, which are done before deciding whether to give a permission or not to a project. If we're talking about human rights in impact assessment, it needs to apply to two main areas. The process needs to be aligned with impact assessment, which means that you have to guarantee the participation of all the persons impacted all through the process. It has to be non-discrimination, that is to have specific emphasis as the more affected groups and the more vulnerable ones, you need to take measures to ensure that they participate effectively and actively during the process. Sometimes you need to develop the capacity of this group in order for them to participate meaningfully. If they don't know like sometimes people get in front of a big pile of paper for environmental impact assessment that people have no chance of understanding what it's about. So all the capacity building that is needed in order to people participate meaningfully needs to be included. You need to have transparency of what is the process, what is the outcome, and what are the decisions that are going to be made with this outcome. And then you need accountability. For example, to be supported by human rights expertise, the clear responsibility of who is responsible for to avoid or mitigate the impacts that have to be identified, and which are the entitlement of the right holders, of the communities or the workers. And you need a lot of legalistic language there, like duty bearers and so on, that Lillian is telling me we never use it. And I know, as an engineer, me neither, but I will tell you why is this important. And then the other aspect is the content. So different from environmental impact assessment, the benchmark, the measure that you use is international human rights law, including indigenous rights. The scope of impact is not only the impact here now of this project, but which are the actual and the potential impacts that may happen because of a project or activity or policy, and the cumulative impacts and legacy issues that need to be considered. We talk about severity and not so much about likelihood when we need to prioritize them. And then in the impact mitigation measure, we say, okay, the first, we need to avoid it. If we cannot avoid it, we need to mitigate. And if we cannot mitigate, we need to do something about it. And we have a really interesting discussion yesterday that you don't offset human rights. You don't say, okay, I'm affecting your right to health, but I will build a school so you can have access to your right of education. All the human rights have the same value, and you do not offset one for another one, which is a bit in conflict with the impact and benefit agreements that sometimes are signed. So human rights is contesting a little bit this spirit of the benefit agreement, because all impacts need to be respected. And finally, access to remedy. You need to present a clear way that when human rights are violated, what are the ways for reparation? Yes. So there are different types of human rights impact assessment. You can integrate human rights when you're looking at the impacts on the environment, for example, or social economical impacts. Either you make it integrally or say, okay, now we have this environmental impact assessment that is creating some issues, for example, with increasing gender violence or some health issues, that they need a deeper dive to understand the human rights implications, so you can complement the regular impact assessment with the human rights impact assessment. But you can also do a standalone. You say, I only gonna look to the impact of human rights of this activity or this project. And that can be a company that want to understand what is their legal liability for this and not to get in trouble because of that. Sometimes it's companies that are operating in other countries where the legal framework is not so strong, so they need to understand which are the implications according to international law. It could be a community-led impact assessment. The community wants to understand which are the impacts on our rights and what we can do about it. And it can be an issue-based. For example, we have done some work specifically on the right of children on some sectors, for example, food sector or textile sector or chocolate. Unfortunately, the chocolate value chain is full of violation of rights against children. So some studies specifically on children's or women can be done as a standalone human rights impact assessment. But another way of doing it is that looking at the sector, not one specific project, but we look which are the cumulative impacts and the implications both for policy and for the projects and for the people of, let's say, the mining sector in an area. We were discussing the Ring of Fire, for example. Are we going to look one by one all the projects? Will it make sense to look what happened with all the ancillary structures and all the projects at the same time or over a period of time will happen? At the moment, for example, we are supporting indigenous Wayuu communities in Colombia to look at the double impact of closing the coal mines and making a huge development on wind farms onshore and offshore, and how that is affecting the enjoyment of the rights. And then also policy and trade agreements can be looked through the eyes of human rights to see how they affect the access to rights to a lot of people. I would like to give you some examples of sector-wide impact assessment that have been done in indigenous territories and how they have helped to strengthen the claims to rights. For example, in Chile, we did a human rights impact assessment of salmon farming that was affecting the territorial rights of the Mapuche people, and that helped to leverage, to stop the further development of salmon farming in the oceans. In Bangladesh, we look at artisanal fisheries that was mainly done by ethnic groups, and that helped to clarify the legal rights and to bring some order in the way that the small-scale fishery, the quotas, for example, were provided to whom, and especially address the rights of the workers of the small-scale fishing industry. And it's very interesting the case of the lobster divers in Honduras. This is an activity done by indigenous peoples on the coast, and the Inter-American Court identified violation of the rights of these divers, which are all indigenous, and they asked the state of Honduras to address that, to make a reparation. So we supported the local community and organizations to do a human rights impact assessment of the sector of lobster divers, and those recommendations then they will work to the Minister of Work, with the Ministry of Fisheries, with the Human Rights Commission, in order to identify which was the authority that have to act here in order to make reparation and mitigation of the impact on these indigenous fishermen divers. Myanmar, in Southeast Asia, a country with a lot of ethnic communities and indigenous people suffering a lot for many, many years of conflict, was the first country where this methodology was used, and we look at oil and gas industry, to tourism, to communications technologies, and to mining, and how this affected particularly this group in different areas of human rights. And then in Colombia, there was work done on mining, and we are in an ongoing process on wind energy in the Wayuu territories. Environmental practitioners and authorities, they like more to have integrated human rights in impact assessment, because then you have only one document and not so much time and not so much money But actually there are some, in our experience, there are some situations that may require that you only look at human rights. It could be that you are in a context where human rights violations are prevalent, and therefore, a dedicated expertise is required, and you need to establish very clearly what is the pre-existing situation regarding to indigenous or human rights, and what can this be affected by new activities. It could be that the project presents severe risk to human rights, to health, for example, or to environmental, to how the impact environment will affect the rights and the land and territories of the people, or traditional occupations, or in areas where you have, for example, already existing cases of gender violence that can be kicked out. But sometimes the problem is the proponent. You have a proponent that have a history of human rights violations, and then you want to look closely what is going to happen if they get into this territory or new sector. Also could be that you have done your environmental assessment, and some issues, they are not very clear and require a deeper dive and look more closely, do more interviews and better understand it. So you take this piece and do a specific study. And it could be that the government is not very keen on talking about human rights or indigenous rights, and then you cannot include in an official document, but then you can have a parallel process that you can actually look at human rights, so you can influence, for example, the banks and financial institutions behind this project and pressure that way. And sometimes it's simply that you need to create capacity in an organization or a community about what the rights are, and this process of human rights impact assessment will develop that capacity and strengthen the community affected. I'm going to give you some example of, I work a lot with renewable energy. So this is the value chain of the photovoltaic or the solar modules. So we have the solar panels, and then we have the inverters. You have the national grid that takes a lot of copper, the transformers, the industrial lot, etc. All of them require several minerals, many of which I know Ontario is rich of. For example, the solar panels require lead and polysilicon and silver. I don't know how much you are aware of, but the 80% of all the solar panels in the world are produced with forced labor and of a minority called the Uyghur in China. So this is a whole province of an ethnic minority that have been enslaved to work, among others, in the production of polysilicon and coal. And this is something that we have been raised, and this is more and more attention is taken, and only if the buyers of solar panels are required that no forced labor is used in the production of the polysilicon and solar panels, this can change. So this impact assessment help pushing and bringing the users and the buyers of solar panels to request transparency and human rights compliance in the production of this. And I want to tell you this because actually what is happening now is that the companies producing the cables, installing the solar panels, are requiring all along the value chain that there is transparency and clarity of which are how the rights of workers and communities, what is happening with that. And this is a very powerful tool, because even in countries where human rights are not respected, through commercial relationships, and you can actually have a leverage. So this is what they are, how that they use the different types. And in the steps, in the how to do it, this afternoon we have a workshop, we're going to dive more in the mechanics of how to do it. But first, you have a first step that is planning and scoping. You need to understand what is the context you're working, which are the issues, which kind of expertise do you need. Are the issues, for example, gender violence, then you need to have in your team people that actually can deal with these issues properly. It is indigenous communities with particular health issues. You need that expertise. in your team. You need the right languages in your team. You need to, if you need environmental information, where you're gonna get it. And this scoping is when you plan it. You say, how long it's gonna take? Are we gonna do a general one, only focus on some issues? It's gonna be all the communities, only the more affected. All these decisions are taken in the planning and scoping stage. Then you go to the data collection and baseline assessment. And here, this is actually one of the most important steps, because it's there when you start and say, okay, what is the current situation of enjoyment of human rights? Where are we now? Then what is going to happen with all these rights to health, education, well-being, land and territories, traditional occupations, if this project moves forward? And then which information then we will need in order to assess that? Do we have that information? Do you have enough level of disaggregation? And when I moved from environmental assessment to human rights, what I learned most is that you need very disaggregated information. Yesterday I was talking with some colleagues in the tables there, and I asked, which level of disaggregation do you have your data, like for gender, age, specific nations, and so on? Because only when you have that disaggregation, you can see, is there any group that is particularly affected by this? Is any discrimination happening against one group or the other? Then you analyze the impacts, and based on that analysis of severity, you look at what the impact mitigation and management could be. And we say that all human rights have the same value. There's no human right more important than others. But sometimes you need to prioritize. What are you gonna deal first? You have limited time and resources. Which are the first impact that you will deal with? And for doing that, we talk about severity. Like, we are the more severe. Which are the ones that if you don't act now, the problem is only gonna get worse? So it is severity that is in human rights which determines the priority for action. But eventually, you need to address all the human rights. And of course, then you have report and evaluation, and that includes monitoring and follow-up. Access to remedy and meaningful engagement with all the persons and groups affected is happening all the time. Human rights are not so abstract. Actually, some of them can be quantified and qualified, and I thought that this could be interesting in terms of health. They are called the 4 criteria on the right to health, and that apply to most of the economic and civil and political rights. We talk about availability. Are these health services available in sufficient quantity and continuous supply? Accessibility, and we talk physical accessibility, but also economical accessibility, access to information, non-discrimination, etc. Are they acceptable culturally? And are they sensitive to the particular situation of vulnerable groups? And then the quality. So normally, if you do a normal impact assessment, you only say you have that many health centers. You don't look about, this AAAQ. And that is the same for water, for housing, for sanitation. So you can use the AAQ on availability, accessibility, acceptability, or quality if you want to evaluate and make your case to your government that actually the government may not be fulfilling the human rights responsibilities. And this is just for the nerds like us that do impact assessment, but just to say that don't look at the details. But in terms of health, any impact that can create the risk of death or the adverse impact on health will be immediately ranked at red, number 1, and therefore severity, this will be trigger a first top of priority in addressing this impact. And in the terms of scale, normally in impact assessment, when you look at scale, you see like the amount of people affected. But in human rights, we not only look at the amount of people, but also, is there any particular group? Because if only 10% of the population, but 100% of that population is indigenous, then we have a case of discrimination, and that will trigger that going to the top again. Because even though there are not that many people, it's the majority of a particular group, so we are talking about discrimination. And then I will particularly recommend I always recommend to look at remediability, because can we do something about it? Is there any solution for this impact that is technically available, economically feasible, and culturally acceptable? Because if not, if the impact is severe and cannot be remediated adequately, then this should be a no-go. This project or policy should be a no-go. We finished chapter 1, and the other ones are shorter and shorter, so don't panic. And I always like to say that sitting is the new smoking. So whenever you need to stand up and move, you're very welcome. I myself, I cannot be sitting for more than 20 minutes at a time. So my next piece of information of what we do and is available to you if you need it and want it, is the Indigenous Navigator. This is a framework and a set of tools that have been developed by and for indigenous peoples, and that monitor the implementation of the UN Declaration of the Right of Indigenous Peoples, but also connect them with the Sustainable Development Goals and other conference, like for example, the World Conference on Indigenous Peoples and the core human rights conventions. And why is this important? Because the declaration, the UN Declaration of the Right of Indigenous Peoples is a declaration but doesn't have a covenant. So doesn't have the accountability tools that the other human rights issues have. So the Indigenous Navigators are linking them so you can use all the instruments of the international human rights law to defend your rights. It was piloted in 6 countries back in 2014, and now there are more than 20 national assessments and a lot of communities that have been implementing this and creating this data that is available for them. And during COVID, all the information collected about health was very useful in a lot of countries to advocate for more money and political decisions regarding access to health for indigenous people. So all these have been used in many countries for many ways. All of these countries have far less rights and capacities than Canada, and that's why we have been supporting them. But I think still a lot of learning here. And the methodology is used in a way that you have the UNDRIP as an skeleton. You have all these areas of indigenous rights. And then you have the categories and the articles, and they are linked to indicators. And these indicators are the ones that can be evaluated at the national level or at the community level. So at the end, you will have a questionnaire that will compare what, in theory, indigenous people have right to versus how actually the communities enjoy or do not enjoy the rights. And that allows to compare, for example, how different indigenous communities in one country or region experience the enjoyment of the rights. And it's very useful to indicate and tell to the government, you know, these and these and these rights, even though you have it on paper, they are not being effective. We have talked about the domains before, so no need to go there again. And this is how this index tool will look like. This is for Colombia, for example. And it's helping to rank the country's performance according to the recognized indigenous rights and human rights, and allow easy graphic visualization and comparing different areas of indigenous rights, the access to right to different groups, and so on and so forth. So sometimes it's really interesting because you will say you need a good framework in order to enjoy your rights so they can be enjoyed on the ground. But sometimes the sovereignty of the indigenous peoples make that actually enjoy the rights even though they are not locally enshrined. So that this is also information that is important to collect. And we all know that information is power, data is power, so creating disaggregated data that is yours and is relevant to what is important for you is very important. And I was allowed to come here of my boss, just so I will just invite Chief of Ontario to test the new 3 new modules, one in environmental due diligence, climate change of biodiversity. We have developed, but we don't know if they're good enough. So if there's any organization that is willing to test it and see how it goes, you're very welcome, just contact me. They have been developed in conjunction with other indigenous groups, but not Canadians. So we don't know how universal these indicators, whether they are adequate or not. All of this is free accessible, indigenousnavigator.org, and you can explore it, see the tools, download the indexes, and so on and so forth. And the new modules on environmental due diligence, climate change, and so on, has also links to all the other environmental international agreements like Oaks Convention, the Global Biodiversity Framework, the Escazú Agreement, etc. So if you're needing to understand these legal connections, this is free available for you for the work that you're doing. And finally, before all of you fall asleep, I would like to touch on the issue of human rights and technology. As I said before, it is a kind of dual relationship here because technology has allowed a lot of indigenous groups to actually access health services and make them available, especially if they are isolated. So it's a tool for advancing human rights and health rights particularly. But can also have negative impacts. And if you apply a right-based approach to technology, for example, the states having good frameworks for e-governance, because the human rights apply offline and online, if the business show responsible conduct, not selling your health information for reasons that were not allowed to, and the citizens have digital literacy and know how to protect their rights, then we can avoid some of these risks. Which are the risks of digital technologies applied to health? One is that data breaches, that people have access. There is a leaking of data that should not be public or should not have access to other people that is leaked. You can have bias in artificial intelligence. One of the most classical bias is gender. As you know, artificial intelligence is only multiplying what is already there. If it's already there, it's filled with prejudice, with discrimination, with lack of information on women, on youth, or indigenous people. Artificial intelligence will be given information that is false and will only multiply and amplify discrimination and bias. And therefore, this is something that needs to be very much controlled. And this bias needs to be identified and addressed. And then something I never heard about is called function creep. So some of the ET people will know what it is. I have to look it up and ask my colleague. It is when the data that have been collected and you have agreed to provide is used by the algorithm to do something else. So the function evolution, you have initially this app that was supposed to control your blood pressure, and then the algorithm is using that information for something else that was originally planned. That is called function creep. And that can have a lot of impact in the right to health, to access to some security. This is a lot of information about you. Health information is the most private information that you have. So if you don't have a good e-governance, and this is not controlled, that can generate a lot of issues. So this is, not me, but my colleagues have been working developing methodologies and tools on how to do human rights impact assessment of these technologies, and that have been applied in Kenya and in Tanzania when the Ministry of Health started to digitalize health information. It is an impact on the right of privacy, it's the right on the benefit for scientific process as well, because you are not owning this data. You provide this data is not yours, it's going somewhere else is making decisions or making profit with data that is yours. Yeah, this is how you can use this human rights impact assessment, but different groups can use human rights impact assessment of digital technologies. National human rights institutions, government or state institutions or organizations like yours, but also companies, in order to have internal checks and full overview of the risk of building, of breaching of rights while building digital products. And that's it for now. I forgot to control the time, so, but I guess that we have some time for questions. One message that we like to share with you is, like, I have the privilege of working in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America with Greenlandic Inuit communities. The eyes of the indigenous worlds are in Canada all the time. I know that you have a lot of problems unresolved, a lot of things that need to be improved, but Canada have done a lot of progress. There are very good examples of good practice, among others, the co-ownership of energy projects, and the world is looking. So any progress that you make is not only for you or your communities, but it's also an example that is followed by many other indigenous groups around the world. And I think you should be proud of that. And remember that when everything looks bleak and difficult, this is happening. So yes, I open the conversation and the room to discuss how this human rights impact assessment can be used, if it's interesting, if it's valuable. We invite you to use. It is free access to Indigenous Navigator. If you want to implement it, just contact me, and I will make sure that you have all what you need to run it. And then just a reminder that a human rights-based approach to technology, particularly relevant to health, is very important, and you have to have it into account. And thank you very much for the privilege of being here, for welcoming me, and for listening to me.
Do we have any questions that want to be asked? The mic is open for anybody.
Over here.
Honey, my name is Lori. I'm from Saugeen. I was just thinking about the tech, the digital tech. We don't have schools in Saugeen, so our kids are bused off. But we notice now, and you probably do too, that in the schools, they promote the use of the iPads and high school, or the laptops and computers, and they won't accept any homework that's not printed out. So the education system is highly promoting the use of those technologies without giving the understanding of how those technologies are created and how the effects are from other parts of the world with the forced labor and things like that. Even for kids that are maybe they're struggling in the regular classroom, like in the one school that we have, they go into a quiet room and they're given an iPad. So they're not utilizing our way of knowing, which is the land-based. They've totally taken them away from that and using the digital technologies. So, and our kids are growing up in that, and that's all they're gonna know. So it's really important, I think, as communities, that we get back to getting them back on the land again. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Shayla Winter, Manitowoc. I had a question about the forced labor, about the solar panels, in China. How you said that we could implement our own way to find out, like making sure that we are purchasing things or goods or things like this to ensure that we are not purchasing from somebody that is getting forced labor for say solar panels or whatnot. How do we know, like what ways do you go through verifying that process, that maybe this company is lying to me? How would you possibly go about finding out that information? Because I know in my own situation, when I was being forced into doing things, I was threatened into silence. So how would you know if that company that you were speaking to, how would you go about finding out whether or not they are just lying and being forced into silence? Like what kind of methods would you go through verifying that process?
Yes. So there's actually the 21st of March, we're publishing a guidance that is giving you step by step what you can do if you're, and what can you claim. But basically, one big advantage for you is that 2 years ago, the US, they make a ban on products that are coming from an area of China called Xinjiang. So if the product is produced in an area called Xinjiang or Xuar, you know 100% that forced labor have been used. This is one thing. So when you buy a solar panel or you have a solar farm proposed in your territory, you can say, we want to make sure that the solar panels and the polysilicon used has not been produced with worker from the Xuar. And there are many ways that you can verify that. There are lists of companies, producers that are already banned because have been validated that this is the case. You can also ask, for example, the French law. So the reason why the polysilicon and the solar panels are produced in Xinjiang is because they have cheap labor and they have cheap energy. They have cheap energy because they are using coal-based energy from a very polluting type of factories, of energy reactors. So if you say, I want to buy a panel that is compliant with the French request on CO2, immediately we'll discard all of them because they need to report on the CO2 footprint, and all this polysilicon produced in Xinjiang has 10 times higher CO2 footprint than any other product in China or Europe. So these are the things that you can use. But I will be happy to give you a homepage where you can go and see which are the companies that produce solar panels that are banned or you should avoid because they are involved in forced labor system. And this is state-imposed forced labor. It's not the company. The government of China have created a system where workers are taken from Xinjiang and sent to different factories. So even if they are somewhere else, and this is something that we advocate a lot to address because now they're moving to Tibet with the same system. It is a different type of colonization and slavery that you wouldn't believe that is happening, but it's happening under the nose in broad daylight, and the world is silent about it. So I'm happy to give you a list of which companies you should avoid and which question you should ask if you want to buy a solar panel or contract a solar park for your organization.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Over the side.
Ani, thank you so much. I was able to talk briefly with you yesterday, and I really enjoyed this presentation because in the talk yesterday, we talked a lot about environmental health, and then the human rights just kind of put that extra layer, and I feel like it's a more holistic view because we're not just looking at humans, we're looking at plants and animals and everything else that also has these rights. So I really just want to thank you is my first comment. It's really good. And I'm coming to the afternoon just to learn a little bit more. The next thing I want to talk about is I really appreciated you talked briefly, because I haven't heard anyone really mention it, is about AI. and like the securities and risks around it. And I think it's a really important topic, especially for health, because of the vast use of it. If people aren't aware, the ministries in Ontario use it and have it built into their systems, so they're able to easily access and utilize it, and it's approved for them to use on the daily, all the time. And so when you have these, when you have a group using all of these tools and accessing some of the information, it creates this bias approach. And the bias approach has always been done for the last 100 years. It's always been biased, but now it's creating an extra entity that just applies it more. So I appreciate you mentioning it, and I'd love to hear and have more discussions on the risks of AI, the risks on our health, and just all the severities around it, because I think it is a violation of rights. I don't know enough about it to really establish what I think should be a big concern as well. So thank you for bringing it up here. Miigwech.
Just to let you know, we have just developed a training course online on human rights impact assessment of digital technologies that is free access. So happy to provide the link, and you can do the training yourself and see what else do you need. And there is, we have a toolbox or guidance of how to do it in our homepage that also is free available.
Ani, my name is Jody Rock, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. One of the things that we experience here as Indigenous people is racism and discrimination when we're accessing healthcare services, to the point where our people are dying. So I'm wondering if there's anything in your work that can amplify the voices of the need for that to be addressed.
This is not my area of expertise, but I will be happy to connect you with somebody who's working specifically in that. I think the Indigenous Navigator has some very good community surveys. Like the Indigenous Navigator is built on the national, looking at the national framework, what do you have in terms of laws and regulations, but also survey at community level that you can apply to see whether these laws and regulations actually work, and are you suffering discrimination, or are you restricted in the enjoyment of your rights. I will start there, and then I will contact one of my colleagues to see what other information is there. Discrimination is one of the biggest problems from a human rights perspective in access to health. Lack of access to health in many parts of the world, but when there is, and that can be everything for not allowing traditional medicine to not respecting your privacy. Like, that's why I think this AAQ framework is so important, because it helps you to actually qualify your concerns. And this is tied to international law, so even if it's adequate in Canada, you can always use the covenants that Canada have signed to push for your rights. So I will, if I can show you where to access that information, the Indigenous Navigator, and you will have a lot of tools there. And then if you contact me afterwards and give your mail, I will just ask a colleague who have that expertise to give you more information. Probably what we have, the situation in Greenland versus Denmark will give some good indications, because there is a lot of discrimination there as well. Oh, no, there is a lot of discrimination, but it's been told. Like, it's not my expertise.
Hi, I'm Dee Jocks. Dee, it's easier to remember because it's just one letter. But I'm just wondering, in terms of the data collected from kind of these assessments, is there a connection or something that you're looking at, or maybe something in the future that can particularly analyze the connection between these human rights violations and mental health in some of these Indigenous communities?
We were discussing with the colleagues later, and with Lillian deeply when I took a course on health impact assessment. The trainer said to me, you know, you have to think on an iceberg. Health is what you see in the surface, is the manifestation of a problem. But what you have below the surface are both social and environmental issues. And what I was discussing with Lillian is that where is the spiritual dimension there? Is the spiritual dimension the water that makes the ice and the water? Is the water that contains it? Because I think that it's definitely perceived and affect differently First Nation indigenous communities than non-indigenous. So, yeah, again, how environmental impacts and social impacts affect the physical or mental health of people will depend on a lot of factors. It will depend on the history and the legacy of that person, but also how they affected personally. And that's why the vulnerability of certain groups to certain impacts is so important to look in detail, and that's why this disaggregated data is so important. I'm not a health expert myself. I just can, it was in almost 25 years of experience doing impact assessment. I can see, for example, when you have resettlement and displacement, that is a topic that I've worked a lot. You can see how, for example, young people adapt much quicker than elderly people. In Africa, you know, when the day that is people actually moving from the old community to the new ones, there are doctors in the buses, because older people that faint, they collapse, they have physical manifestation of the pain of being derooted, because, you know, creating a home in a different place will be very, very different and very difficult, and they never adapt. And the level of depression and substance abuse after that is huge. On the other hand, while young people actually, they take the opportunity and they move faster and they adapt more quickly. Then you have, for example, what happened with, and then you will have other impacts. For example, when you have a new, when the economy changed for more self-sustained and so on to a cash economy, or to, you know, suddenly there's an income, people is earning money and they weren't used to have so many cash at hand, and you have more access to drug and alcohol and so on, where younger people or boys of a certain age are much more vulnerable than other ones. So, and that's why this focus on discriminating the data, vulnerable groups, which are the groups that are particularly vulnerable to certain impact, is so important, that normally the impact assessment don't give you that. And because you cannot identify, link concretely the risk with the vulnerable group, then the mitigation measures are not adequate enough. Money is used and effort are done, but they are not reaching the group of people that actually need it most. But I don't think I've answered your question, but I share what I know, and I will, if you're interested, I will be happy to look for more literature or examples that can help with that question.
Thank you very much. Gabriella Pachter. Give her a round of applause. I read a book one time. It was quite an inspiring book, Gabrielle. It was about one of your countrymen, Che Guevara. Che Guevara. If you ever get a chance to read the story of Che Guevara, it's a big book. It's an amazing and inspiring story about revolution. Whoa. Did I do that? That's revolution for you. Yeah, it's an inspiring book. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Before you leave, we're going to play a little thing here. Before you stand, because I know that one of my real longtime friends, long ago, will not be able to stand with us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give her this nice scarf here. You can wear the scarf instead of standing. Audrey Powell, let's give her a round of applause. Now, where is my partner? Where are my books? Where did my book go? My notes. Oh, of course, they're right here. I want everyone to stand. Everyone. Everybody stand. We're going to be going through a list here. My friend and I, we made a list. And if you are one of these, then we want you to sit down. Okay? And she's going to start. We're going to go back and forth.
All right, are you guys ready? You ready? All right. The first one is if you had toast for breakfast.
Toast. Sit down. I'm gonna throw one in here.
All right.
Last night, if you had 7-Up, sit down. Next.
All right. If you went to bed at midnight, sit down.
Now, if you woke up after 8 this morning, sit down.
All right. If you're not wearing socks, sit down.
If you drink coffee black, sit down.
If you're wearing glasses, sit down. See a few of you in here. You can't get away from me.
Oh, we got a few people still standing.
Hey.
If you wear contacts, sit down. Oh, 1 or 2 people.
If you're wearing red nail polish, sit down. You better not go like this either.
What's our next one here? Oh, yeah. If you're not having fun, sit down.
I saw that.
We thought that would be the last one.
All right. If you're on the 15th floor, sit down. Oh, you're lucky.
Keep going.
If you're not deadly, sit down. You guys better be standing.
Stephanie, be honest now. Let's see, what else we have here? If you're not wearing your name tag, sit down. If you went to the pool, sit down. How many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
Ooh. If you went to the casino, sit down.
Be honest now.
Lucky.
Now, if you don't like bingo, sit down. Oh, bingo quit. Oh, there's one over there that don't like bingo.
If you can't make bannock or scones, sit down.
Oh, all the guys. How many do we have here? 1, 2. Let's see if we can whittle down to these 3 here. If you've met Pierre Polyev, sit down and move out of the building.
If you've ever been chief, sit down. Oh, here you go, Norm.
If you don't have superpowers, sit down. We have 2 winners over here.
Yay!
Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations! Give them a round of applause.
Come on
that
up,
was
come
really
on up,
fun.
We need your names. This afternoon, there's some workshops all around. Just go right to your workshops. And keep in mind that there's a sign up for the workshops this evening. And if you haven't registered, please register. If there's an over-registration, around 12:30 when we're having lunch, we're going to be doing spin the wheel to who gets in from the overflow, okay? So enjoy your meal. We'll see you this afternoon sometime at the end of the day. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. We're going to have something for you guys.
Distant red neon shivered in the heat. I was feeling like a stranger in a strange land. You know, where people play games with the night. God, it was too hot to sleep. I followed the sound of a jukebox coming from up the levee. All of a sudden, I could hear somebody whistling from right behind me. I turned around and she said, take a picture of this. The fields are empty, abandoned 59 Chevy. Laying in the back seat listening to Little Willie John. Yeah, it's when time stood still. You know, I think I'm gonna go down to Madam X and let her read my mind. She said that voodoo stuff don't do nothing for me. I'm a man with clear destination. I will sharpen my claws, bare my teeth. I bare my teeth. One saliva string, one tongue. Cannot speak of the fight that comes from survival. It's from survival. Touch my children, and my teeth welcome your windpipe. Oh. Touch my children, and my teeth welcome your windpipe. Utter the name and be crushed by leg, grown strong from holding up weight, by thigh that carries rocks, an urgent gait. I will hunch my shoulders and wait. Claws sharpened, teeth agape. Claws sharpened, teeth agape. I sharpen my claws.
Yaniguedona, 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 Yaniguedona,
Hello. Hello, everybody. Could I get your attention just for 1 second? I have a little announcement that I want to make. Oh, thank you. So I just received word that our workshops are not at capacity yet. So it would be great if you could just, if you haven't yet, go over to the front and just put your name into any one that interests you, and that would be awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meal. One more thing. To the two people who won our If You're contest, could you just come on up really quick? We have a prize for you. Thank you.
Tryna stay connected, but I'm barely getting Wi-Fi. Poking just inside me indifferent, so I try. Born with so little, while so many keep a blind eye. Not much to show you, but I got my voice to offer. House shortages, yeah, we still boiling water. Isolated from the world, but who the hell cares? It's the res life gospel for those who felt scared. You heard that I'm on craves, yeah, the story yours, but I got a strength from mine. She's a warrior, broken inside, but finding ways to open my mind. Been blowing smoke, yeah, let's go for a ride. But I've been chosen to rise, and the pressure is real. Cause the res is a place where many dreams get killed. Yeah, there's nothing to do, so as I sit in my room, I'm holding out hope in my dream. deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time. When I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. I swear my eyes are paralyzed, paralyzed. Cause with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And trust me, that is rare to find, rare to find. Used to live without a care in life, care in life. And now I am in paradise, paradise. I'll hold you down, I swear I'll try, swear I'll try. I just wanna share the night with you. Paradise, paradise. Heart of fire, heart of fire, yeah, yeah. You're my love, you are my light. Like the sun, you help me shine. Through my pain and through our time, you never stray, you never lie. Girl, you're my escape, with you I hide. We'll find our way, we'll share our lives. We have a love that will not die, will not die, yeah. So every day when I wake up, I can't believe my eyes. I feel alive, the deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time. When I'm with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. I swear my eyes are paralyzed, paralyzed. Cause with you, I'm in paradise, paradise. And trust me, that is rare to find, rare to find. Used to live without a care in life, care in life. And now I am in paradise, paradise. I'll hold you down, I swear I'll try, swear I'll try. I just wanna share the night with you. So every day when I wake up, I can't believe my eyes. I feel alive, the deepest of my dreams are alive. I will take your lead, I just wanna take some time. Just take my time, yeah, yeah, yeah. The hunger, fill me up till I'm wiser, stronger, we're more than just survivors. Tradition, dreams that I've been chasing, ambition, breaking my own way, yeah. My hope, my strength, my people. My heart goes out to the land. Through all the noise, we're peaceful in this war. Don't fall back, stay proud to be yours. Do you see what I desire? My people gathered by the fires, sharing stories of the north as we rise up from the storm. We're drowners, flooded in depression. Use the power, the blood of our ancestors. You're lost, boy, look inside, you'll find him. You're gone, girl, you're strong enough to survive it. My hope, my strength, my people. In your light, we will dance. We come together in peace. Hold it high, don't fall back. Stay proud to be yours. Do you see what I desire? My people gathered by the fires, sharing stories of the north as we rise up from the
I'm not better than all my competitors. I set it off for metaphors, so let them all in the door. I never settle for creating a vision of different living. If it wasn't given from the busy, you're missing my lyricism. Listen, I'm hitting and splitting and politicking on the REZ decisions of living in poverty. You're hard to see my sovereignty. It causing me to follow GOD philosophy. Constantly gossiping, no equality or harmony. Can I get a job? No, you can't. You're not related, man. I hate to see it when I'm animated. Get faded, a native awaited. Say it, so debated or play it. Everything in life has a price, and the spiritual you'll pay it. Lay it down and spray the clouds. to be with you. Are you still around? I know we ain't afraid. Through all this breaking up the call, I found I would come back home. No matter what I lose in myself, I know where to find it. I wanna feel good, want you to feel good too. I've been loving in that new city, I've been planting down roots. I've been taking days off to spend those days
Stepped out for the health break.
Yeah.
I wanna feel good.
So for your workshops, you just go directly to your workshops. Keep an eye on your time. And there's also going to be a dinner tonight. There's going to be a dinner just before the workshops tonight. I believe it's going to be here. So we're going to munch away for dinner. I don't know. I asked what time and they didn't tell me. I assume it's probably around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We'll let you know. Check the time out. I text Charnel and I think she's sleeping.
It's some friends down south.
Stay tuned for the time.
All this soaking up the sun on the front porch when the air's just right. Give you this guitar, won't you sing me that song? I wanna feel good, want you to feel good too. I've been loving in that new city, I've been planting down roots. I've been taking days off to spend those days with you. I wanna feel good. I wanna feel good, and you know that I'll be back soon. Bobtail Road, just take a ride. Cross the tracks. Late at night. Get on your feet, bask in the sun. Take off your shoes, come dance with me and Sue. On the dance floor
Dinner is at 5:30. 5:30.
Haters start to hate too much. Grandma said, grab that sage and we gon' smudge. Our people got dragged through the mud. Had to brush it off, cause you know we had enough. Native people spread that love, gather amongst each other, giving our hugs. Strawberry juice in my cup, give me the strength. Now I'm way cut. Chillin' with my cousins, we posted at the cookout. Say the wrong thing in front of mama, better look out. He really moving past, he got dogs, he don't let him out. Really at the powwow, does circles all around. Up in the city, but come from tradition. Always moving forward like I'm on a mission. I just want my land back, sign my petition. Catch me at the frog pond, and I'm always fishing. Let me get some fried bread and corn soup. You know Rhonda, always got the best juice. From our people, from what we've been through. When you native, they're always against you. It don't make sense. Why they do that to us? Take for granted when we show love. I'm in urban with my gram rolling up. You can catch me in the rest or in the cut. I'm in the field, plant three sisters, medicine gang, thanking ancestors, loving the game, loving the twisters, scoring these goals, I'm painting a picture. I'm in the woods, cruising with the fam, down at the creek and we bumping them jams, singing that Redbone, come and get your love, do it for the loved ones that share the same blood. I'm with the fam and we grew in the trenches, being res kids and we hopping over fences, living off the land, what you know about that? Really selling caviar, got me counting stacks, yeah. Pull up to the show like I'm about to pull a cross. I don't like the bannock drums, you know I'm the boss. I'll just hold it down so we will never fall. Pulling out my status card when I'm at the mall. 38 can't never break a treaty. Feeding on my people, never been greedy. Don't be a gun at acting all needy. I'm on the creek, stole clay man to feed me. Down at the creek, jump in and swim. At cat still spin all the fish. Take it back, mom gon' cook up the dish. Living off the land, you know how we live.
Our white brother will talk about water and trees and animals and fish as resources. We talk about them as relatives. And that's a whole different perspective.
Wolf Clan represents Seneca Nation. Wake up every morning, feels good to be a native. Eating corn soup, sweet grass in the making. Indigenous excellence, mine for the taking. Stick up for my fam, nothing you could do to change it. At the powwow, putting turquoise on my baby. Now I'm on Facebook, stirring up the pot. Angie's in the comments like, boy, you need to stop. Brothers and sisters, we coming together. Counting up blessings and smudging with feathers. Rifles and bushes, we looking for danger. Not from the res, you look like a stranger. Long dark hair, she a native baby. We're not related, I ask my granny. I'm off the grid, I'ma send the addy. I can smoke cigarettes. coming plenty. Call a bro snagging, he like a damn headlights. Can't slide to my cousin, heard he got headlights. Pull up on Unky, he wrote them joints real nice. Hit at the bingo hard, bet he couldn't do it twice. Hate to see you ballin' when he young, native living life. Got the baddest native girl, she my native ice spice. Love when she do that little fancy dance. Who better for you than the Seneca man?
That's a whole different perspective.
Bologna and bread, wash it down with a Pepsi. Better show your status card before you try to check me. Got chased by a res dog, an anti try to snag me. Catch me at the social, I be dancing for my family. Moving, they know I'm straight from the res. Two-stepping in my box, doing my best. Hunting and gathering straight from my ends. Down at the longhouse, repenting my sins. Fishy rice, never think it twice. Grandma in the kitchen got me feeling really nice. Look to creator, cause I need advice. My life like casino, I'm rolling the dice. Aunties are what I'm a picture, no problem. Doing that dance to the song, don't stop 'em. I need the big house, I'm dealing with problems. I need the big house, I'm dealing with problems. I know my ancestors watching. My auntie always knew I was the prophet. Be your slippers, but I came from moccasins. So aboriginal, I came from the mountains. My auntie put her foot in this fry bread. She just got breaded up, now she out here wildin'. Just left the box, man, I know my stick dialed in. At grand entry, they think I got a stylist.
That's a whole different perspective. If you think that they're relatives and you understand it and you understand that, then you're going to treat them differently.
Danse Mboatstits. We are not lost peoples. We are resilient. And we will continue with our survival on our travels of life. Mahai.
Took away our voice and left us nothing. Every day another one goes missing. Hear her cry, it's drowning in the silence. Wasn't meant to be this way. Praying for the ancestors' protection. Strength for all the future generations. Hear us in this time of tribulation. Holding on for better days. We have been silenced too long. Kicked to the ground, all the trauma is strong. Told us our bloodline was wrong. Took us away from the place we come from. We're not lost. Was it some kind of magic or an animal thing that will keep you in an establishment way past closing? I just need some distance so I can understand this. Let's not talk until I meet you next. Look at your shoulder, avoid it. You're on your long journey. It's rejection to ways. Told me where the year was turning. You just wake up and say the things you must say to yourself. I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gonna look at you, decide there's good work to do. Good work to do. Looking at you. I got big plans. I'm gonna build a big dam. I'm gonna plant cinnamon trees, build them with both of my hands. So sweet, you can't escape me. I'm gonna part the ocean with one big blow of breath. I will make you indispensable. How can you not know that I'm afraid of denying you that happiness? I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. I gotta go home, I've got good work to do. Gonna look at you, decide there's good work to do. Good work to do. Looking at you. Looking at you. He said I'm fabulously rich. Come on, let's go. She kinda bit her lip. Geez, I don't know, but I can guarantee there'll be no knock on the door. I'm a total pro.
sometime in the spring, with just a knapsack and a 6-string. I'd made this deal, I was barely 17, armed with delusions of a dream. Hitchhiked for days all along the northwest, with no knowledge in my chest of ways and means and schemes. By the time I hit Seattle, I arrived by train. It was called the Empire Builder. I don't know how it got its name. Not even old enough to drink, but I always found a way. Often stumbling out onto the street, moon shining on my back, singing la 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 In a few more years, I will try again. This time with my friends who shared much of the same sense of wonder or desire for fame. As the white lines heard her pass the asphalt, how quickly that would change. He headed out on the 401, feeling no pain, until one day somehow that would all turn to shame. So much was in us at the time, it helped me to close my mind and try not to think at all as we braced for the fall. La la all the good that was promised to life was taken so easily. Turns out reality wasn't cracked up to be what it was meant to be. When in doubt, I look back to when I was 17, and all those miles and miles and miles that I've seen. Each inch of pavement has a story to tell. Some I can't recall, others I remember all too well. La la Hey, 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 baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, hey, remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hello, hey, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hello, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, I'm with it, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Hey, oh, hey. Hey, baby, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, baby, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. Remember me, when the sun comes up in the morning sky, there I will be, soaring with the eagle so high, feeling free. Remember me, down the road, hand in hand, you and me. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh.